Meow. Meow.
I said, yo, 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 where my robots at? Beep with me if you're a robot.
Okay.
Beep. Meow.
Meow.
Meow. Meow on the couch if you're a Remy. Yo, where the Remy at? There she is. Stop.
Stretch. Bring, bring.
Your phone did a heckin' beep beep.
It sure did. What did it say? What you say? Oh, that you only meant well. Oh. You're starting this already? Poking me with your needles because you want attention?
Did you brush her before stream?
No, I didn't. I should brush her while we wait on the robot.
Of course, me to hand you the brush.
Yeah.
Brush that cat. Do 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 do. Me. Ow. Do 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 do. Don't step on her tail. Do 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 do. Or else she'll screech and wail. Do 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 do.
When a kitty comes along, you must brush it. Before the cream sets out too long, you must brush it. That doesn't work.
I don't think you want to brush the cream.
No, that doesn't work.
Unless you're like trying to make a Zen cream garden. Which only really works if it's already been lit a bit and is, capable of setting up. Otherwise, it will just blorp away like so much barista art.
Baristart.
With their latte hearts and their coffee cats. Do
Do do do do do. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Do 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 do.
Do do do.
Da-da.
Yeah, Remy's confused about that.
Guts Man.
Like, are you saying that like Guts Man pooped in Mario's pants? What happened?
Let's just not think about it.
Yeah, because as a robot, you knew that. I don't like what I see.
Yeah.
Hello, robot. Hello, robot. Hello, robot. Hello, robot.
Okay, my arm's getting tired.
Hello, robot. Yes, the robot specialist.
Oh, good.
Smeagol found the robot.
Stop. Don't do that either.
Ah, it shows up in the preview window. There's a country with 4 colors. Pride. Film? A car.
Wait.
And a fist.
Country with... Oh, that is 4 colors. Yeah.
Yeah, right after the blue and gold sausage. For Ukraine.
Yeah, those first 3 have been there for, like, a year, probably, at least.
Mm. Oh, the car's for the auto strike. Okay.
Yeah.
It's like, why is there a car?
Yeah, United Auto Workers.
Mm. UAW. University of Australian Wankers. What? Doesn't make sense.
Universal Hamburgers and Whoop Beer.
That's fair. Yeah, they got them curds. Squeaky, squeaky cheese curds. Shove them in your mouth. This is why I don't do ads.
Yeah.
A&W cheese curds. Shove them in your mouth.
Tired arm. Remy, please stop.
Shove too many in your mouth, though, and it probably won't be like Wendy's. Wendy's, you can suck it down and poop like a regular man.
I'm not even putting any force on her paw. She has her claws out and she won't lift her paw to get them unstuck.
I feel like the easiest way to get them unstuck would be to, like, retract her claws and then lift her paw.
Mm-hmm.
But when you're a doofy little kitty like me, every surface is a finger trap.
Ow! Quit it. Ow!
Area sucking boogie.
You're sharp. Your claws hurt.
You're pointy. No, very, very pointy, and Nams has thin, papery skin.
So, good evening, Internet. It is
8:18.
8:18 p.m. on Thursday, September 28th, 2023. Welcome to Thursday Thanatopsis. I'm your host, Mark Amsry, DJ Amstrack. That's Daniel.
I broke the toilet.
This is Remy. He broke the handle on the toilet.
And honestly, I didn't even really do that.
It wore down over
investigated some
time.
issues the handle on the toilet was having, and it fell apart in my hands.
Anyway, yeah, tonight we're continuing Sunless Skies. Last time, we finally got to the Blue Kingdom. And it's a little bit scary there. The enemies aren't as hard as I had feared, but that's not so much why it's scary there.
Yeah, it was spoopy, spammy, and very tanky. And
Yeah,
also, there are other bigger problems.
yeah.
We also finished the Reds and the Rose and got Flickering.
Yes,
And finished up at Caroline.
we did finish up at Carillon.
And learned all sorts of neat stuff about the Blue Kingdom.
Indeed.
And we accidentally wasted our get under the mud free card that we didn't know we had.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh well, we'll be able to get back. So let's
Bribe someone to get declared dead.
yep. Let's
And then a different kind of logo will show you.
this is the wrong window over here. What am I doing? Ow! You're very sharp. You barely touched me and still that hurt.
Just don't eat too much petrichor.
Yes. Ow!
It does stuff to your blood.
Remy, I'm going to have to move you.
He's gonna have to go juicy fruit on you. The taste is gonna have to move you.
That was like twice as many as you needed.
Oh, I miss that game.
You only need like 3.
I still have it, but it's dead. That saddens me.
Yeah. I installed it earlier because I was feeling like doing something. I think I was looking for something else and just wound up settling on that.
Did you mess around in a little bit?
No, I didn't wind up launching it.
No.
I got...
That's why it's incomplete and slightly broken nature. It is pretty fun.
Yeah,
Until you start running into the broken parts.
yeah. Ow! Remy, stop.
Air leaking out of doorways somehow. I had some doofus who died from sleeping in a sleeping bag in a doorway. The air was leaving the doorway for no reason. I think it had been getting deleted by the closing door or something. And so he asphyxiated like a dumb horse. Because as we all know, only idiots asphyxiate. Learn to breathe, noobs.
Maybe he learned a new move and had to forget an old one.
Uh-oh. Yeah, that could be dangerous.
Okay. So, I need to explore the eastern half of the map.
Hmm.
Remy.
I forgot we came back here.
Yep.
Do you mean to start with the Court of Days and do the House of Apes thing? The House of Days and do the Court of Apes thing. Ugh. Remember, you had like a little quest that was like, I need you to go to the House of the Court of Apes. First, you have to like get anti-deceased status, or they won't talk to you.
Right, right. Okay, yeah, sure, let's do that.
And I just misread that as the Skunk of Feces. That's an origin.
Gross.
Undistinguished souls for the Forge.
Since I haven't found the forge yet, I won't worry about it. I'll just go do the thing.
Go do the thing. Oh yeah, we have an unflower that needs to go to the mausoleum.
Oh yeah, that's right. The porch of the House of Days. You have the status to enter, but you have not been to the House of Days before, and there are rituals to perform. You must be clean in purpose and in body, and to this end you are washed with vinegar and scrubbed with salt. Then you are given 3 poems in honor of the Sapphired King, which you must read aloud in chorus with the others entering the house. House? Entering the house just now. Not as bad as my litigator made me think, remarks a cheerful shade beside you, but that is before the ceremony of inhalation. You are tested with the odor of the rotting dead, and you only just escape being most improperly ill. After all this, the attendants direct you towards the Court of Apes.
Yeesh.
This is where you belong. A man in military trousers reads a newspaper. A masked gorilla holds a sheaf of documents written on a banana leaf. On the wall is a sign that says, "Everything in its place." When you read it a second time, it says, "The Q forms to the right." This is where you belong. Lurk near the Court of the Apes. You may wish to observe its protocols. A rental dispute. Achieve a testament of the feather. A matter of convincing the attendants of this court that your case deserves to be heard by another. I've already dealt with Lightless. At a permanent cost of 1 mirrors. Why would you do that when you have Carol on? This court attends to apes and monkeys, to humans, and to certain orders that appear similar to humans. It issues testaments of the feather, when the attendants think another court should listen to someone's rightful claim, and they say that lightless souls can be cured here, though at a significant price. As you watch, a yoked shade carries in a basket of figs.
Newtons!
Figs.
Perhaps we need to give that testament of the feather real quick.
Yeah. Let's see.
Respect for
Iron. Okay, well that won't make a difference.
Auntie and the Devil.
Mm-hmm.
That sounds like a sitcom.
Auntie and the Devil. And and this little and Dilly, Remy.
She up to it?
I think she's thinking about it.
That tail's gone.
Mm-hmm.
Why is this a thing for you?
Well, a lot of the time it's like, at least when I displace her from the couch when I lay down to take a nap, she frequently winds up in my chair. And then whenever I get up, I displace her from my chair and she winds up back on the couch. So I think it might just be she goes to the chair and notices, ooh, desk is open, I can look at it. But I don't know.
She probably just wants to order some catnip online.
Mm-hmm. 99% chance.
Oi!
You tell a story that moves the attendant to tears. You invoke the influence of your benefactor. You embellish certain points and gloss over others. It is enough. I have a friend in another court. You will only need to bring a message from me, says the attendant, proud of his generosity. All the trouble of your case will land on someone else. The attendant inscribes the testament of the feather in clay and bakes it with the glare of his will. When you pick it up, it feels like a brick that has been left in the sun. Finally, a use for cryptic benefactors. I have so many of those, I may as well trade in several.
If only that cat could be so useful. Makes me wonder what the attendant actually is. Just writes the thing on a piece of clay and then glares angrily at it until it bakes into a brick. Is there anything cuneiform? Ding ding.
There we go. 9 testaments.
This appears to be...
Your soul is not clear. You are not one of the invisibles. And I would say, well, sure, maybe I should spec for hearts in this. That seems... Or, spec mostly for hearts. 1 extra hearts isn't going to make a difference. I don't think. But convincing someone of something seems like the sort of thing that a hearts check would be good for. Or, hearts or veils, depending on the nature of what I'm convincing them of. Take a number. Wait on a cushion until the number is called. You are number 2047. You sit. You lose feeling in your legs. Sometimes you see another ape rise from its place. It shakes hands with the ape to its left and the ape to its right. Grave courtesy from gorilla to chimp, from chimp to woman, from woman to goblin. Gibbon. Goblin?
You almost said goblin.
I nearly said goblin.
I'm just chuckling at the fact that it's 11 bits.
Heh. At last, Ape 2047 may approach the window. You perform your handshakes. The attendant holds the lease close to the eye holes of its mask. Finally, its voice jar speaks. Clarifications on existing contracts go to the Court of Mules. You will need a testament of the feather to be heard there. It hands the lease back and summons Ape 2048. Well, it just so happens.
Luckily, you've acquired quite a few of those.
Oh, several different courts. Oaks, mayflies. Smaller and more dimly lit than the other courts, this place is for applicants who wish to appeal or clarify a previous decision.
Let them give you an unmitigated runaround.
The spirit of a pear sapling is next in line, followed by a larger... I cannot read tonight. Followed by a liger in a striped mask, and a pair of women holding hands. You can listen for rumors about the cases being heard within. The Court of Mules attends to spirits that inherit more than one category, to exceptionally stubborn and determined spirits, and to appeals on rulings that have already been given. The queue moves slowly.
Subcontract your litigator to another. A masked shark would pay for the assistance of your litigator.
Sells hours for 100 sovereigns.
A decent deal? If you have a massive circuit of hours?
Mm-hmm.
Probably not as good as, like, the opportunity deals.
Right.
Because their base cost is 80. Okay.
To be seen in the Court of Mules, one must either belong to the court by nature, or be sent by another functionary. You must surrender your Testament of the Feather in order to be given a place in line. Then you must wash your body with a sponge dipped in vinegar water. After this, the masked attendant kneels beside you on a square of bleached linen. She takes careful and copious notes. She does say with a sigh that you can never tell with contracts drawn up by devils. Finally, she asks, should the ambassador of Albion hold the toll tower, though it belonged to the devils for millennia? Wait. Though she has already stretched her time with imported hours, though she has no respect for bounds.
What?
Yeah. Should the ambassador of Albion hold the toll tower, though it belonged to the devils for millennia, though she has already stretched her time with imported hours, though she has no respect for bounds? Interesting.
I didn't think this featured a choice. Curious.
I'm going to pour myself some more drink while you take a look. I'm also going to check another thing. And another thing.
Involved in rental dispute.
Toslink cable. I will need this later. At least I think I will need this later.
Interesting.
Hmm?
Your lever is in its place? What? That's troubling. Okay, so if you resolve the lease in favor of Albion,
Mm-hmm.
you get okay, so you get 2,000 XP or less. That doesn't matter, right?
Mm-hmm.
Let's see, you also get 3 6 souls regardless. If you do for Albion, however, you get 2 Mistress and Hermits, 5 the gratitude of the Embassy of Albion, and a royal dispensation.
Oh.
If you side with the Devils and a Victor, you get 5 the Porphyry Court's gratitude, 1 Testament of Roses, Embassy displaced equals 10, and a captivating treasure.
I have plenty of captivating treasures, though. Oh, good. That does appear to be exactly what I thought.
You can buy condemned experiments from there.
Meow. Well, I'm not sure what else I can really do with a royal dispensation, but that still seems like something that would be useful to have for a,
Yeah, royal dispensations are admittedly difficult for you to get,
yeah.
as your character is.
And I'm not sure that I would trust establishment devils anyway. This guy is,
What a sense.
well, you know, like this guy is definitely an anti-establishment devil. He's fine. But the ones who serve the judgments, I don't know.
Notably, you made him that way. You could have made him the other way.
I could have made him the other way.
Devils are pliable. That's one of the things that's creepy about them. As we learned from the proprietress of Caroline,
Yeah.
their souls can change on their own.
So, yes, she has made great progress. Very well, says the attendant. The Mayflies control precedent that pertains to unfairly short contracts, rents, and leases of life. Ask them to rule.
Good thing you got a bunch of testaments at the valley.
Mm-hmm.
Ooh, I wonder what the signs say outside the Cardinals.
I already,
Never knew that.
yeah.
We thought it might have been something interesting.
Well, it was something that I'd already read, so. This court is little bigger than a dressing room. The spirits that come here pass through quickly, and many of them belong to small creatures, but they are brightly dressed and fast-moving, giving the impression of a midge's wedding. I can become ephemera here. Oh, I need to bring souls to, how many? Just one.
1 6 of magic souls, and looks like that's it.
Yep. Really?
Let's look.
The Court of Mayflies serves those who have had exceptionally brief lives, either by nature or by circumstance. It also hears appeals concerning matters where something has been cut off too soon, or where short measure has been granted. Souls with the clear flaw can be remedied, though at significant cost.
Well, clearly that's not for him.
Nope. Ow!
Maybe he's talking broken.
Where were those headed for? Death's Door.
Hack the planet says some, not in chat or anything, but like, something cat posted. Sometimes I blow on my ice cream before I take a bite. Have no idea why.
Huh.
Junk hacker replied. Brain, food is very temperature. Also Brain, no worry, learn from soup, know what do.
I wonder if I can sell Petrichor outside of the Blue Kingdom.
If they let you leave with a crate full of it, probably.
I can put it in the bank.
Oh. Huh.
Yeah.
And depending on where you are, yeah, you want to bring some gems to the White Well for some reason.
Why did I want to bring gems to the White Well?
I know Claybo wants to get some Forge of Souls. Bring some gems to the White Well. Industrial Celeb is at Death's Door. And unfortunately we squandered our opportunity to easily get there.
Yeah.
Didn't know that's how the quest worked.
Okay, let's get a little more mirrors. 100%. 3 days for a contract of lease? Not reasonable. Precedent states this cannot be correct. Therefore, the lease must have another meaning. The official of the court embellishes your copy of the lease with roughly 50 small red stamps, then shouts for you to make way for the next applicant. Visit the Pansecratus in the House of Days for a final ruling between Albion and the Devils. Each time you hear the name, it conveys new meanings to you. The Pansecratus is a logos, a word that was spoken by the westernmost king and has echoed ever since. Depending on your translator... Right, I remember this. No drop-in meetings permitted. The sigil is painted in nectar on the ceiling of the Court of Hummingbirds for the better understanding of the winged spirits, etc. Your liver will be required as deposit. You will get it back later. You still have your liver.
You still have your liver.
Yeah, let's have the litigator. I would like to keep my liver, thanks. The cowled loquacitor takes your testament of the feather and copies out the text 3 times on fresh papyrus. To this, it adds a lengthy documentary account of your travels in the Blue Kingdom so far. Then it prepares a table of contents for your documents, enumerating where the reader may find the original testament and where they may look for each of the copies. When it is finished, the stack of paperwork and clay is inches thick and tombstone heavy. This is enough. The Pansecratus is a wall of flame and wind and noise. So strong is the light that your body is transparent. Even the shadow of your bones is only a faint pattern on the ashen floor. The Pansecratus perceives you. Each hair on your head is counted, every scar. It does not have time for delays. What do you wish? What would you convert from should to eyes? From should to is?
Eyes?
I don't know. Brain fog. I blame brain
make some
fog.
eyes? Just roll them around.
A rental dispute. Keep the ambassador where she is, untroubled by devils. What 75% chance of success on that? Your skin burns, your hair prickles, you are frisked by a hurricane. There are no questions. You might have thought that there would be some final consultation, that you would have to defend your case to this final arbiter, but the Pansecratus has no interest in your words. It marks your paperwork with its own name, which is to say, with itself. Then it is finished noticing you. You are left holding something that looks like a lease document, but that weighs on your hand like a shield. You must deliver it to the ambassador, and it will put the devils in their place. I would like to make an attempt to make a study of the Pansecratus, since I have so many testaments. Failure.
Spec for mirrors first.
Yes. I am spec'd for mirrors.
Yes, you are.
You stand at the outskirts of the court in an attitude of supplication with your knees slightly bent and your palms outward. As long as you hold this appearance of worship, no one troubles you. You may watch others come and go, but the longer you wait, the less you understand. Is the Pansecretus making rulings, or does it merely affirm those that have gone before? Is it a person of sorts, or something rather less or more? It dispenses with the population of an entire city and does not grant their petition to be remembered after plague has taken them all.
Oof.
That seems kind of harsh.
Gotta try it again.
Yeah. Because there was no additional cost to failure besides simply the cost of entry. Really? I'm having some bad luck here. There we go. The Pansecretus grants an obliteration against a city founded on land that did not belong to the founders, and authorizes a ritual of cessation against a language that should no longer be spoken. This is the Pansecretus, not fire, ice, hurricane, or trumpet blast, but a power for which there is no difference between intention and achievement.
Saying it.
Oh yeah, I should talk to the navigator. Oh, I need to give him some chorister nectar. Okay, so back to the place. Back to the place where you never belong. People drown in their own content. Some feeling is long unspent. If you had to guess a paper change, would you place yourself inside of it? Yeah, ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba. Hey. Hey. Hey, they didn't take my souls.
Yeah, it's just you done.
Huh. He was about to fulfill his childhood promise, but he turned away from death's door. Altan's corpse only reminds him of his failure. The navigator clinches the hot toddy you've brought him. It's nice, he manages after the first sip, and thank you after the fourth. When the mug is finally empty, he turns to the corpse of Altan, propped to face the window. The family tomb was no good. Too gloomy. Too dark. But you were at death's door. You saw them. Altan deserves better. He puts his mug down, meets your eyes. I've been thinking about alternatives. He must have a sky burial. It's not traditional, but I think would appeal to Altan's sense of poetry. I need to leave him somewhere in the high wilderness. But where? A weft of unraveled time would be an interesting place. Although I imagine this might affect the outcome of this.
Yes. It will accept unraveled time and mother of mountains, and those give different values to navigator's property. And you will dismiss Avid Horizon and Titania. And you should probably see what happens when you click Titania. It's kind of funny.
Oh, okay. So just Titania. Not Titania. I have to admit, I find it an awful place. It's not even the bees, but the people. They fought their way through the Reach and settled down to what? Bicker about what London institution they should recreate. He snorts. They're romantic, not epic. My friend would have found them tiring.
It's not even the bees! Bees! Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, so
Yeah.
I had to coax Harry out from under Daniel's car.
Yeah.
Not that it took much coaxing. I just went into the garage,
Yeah.
and like he immediately came out. He immediately came into the garage, hissed before he even saw me, and then meowed.
Yeah.
I gave him some treats. He ate them right out of my hand.
Yeah.
And he laid down, and I carefully leaned over, and he let me pet him a little bit. But I had to like lean way over to do it because like I tried to approach him.
Yeah.
And he was skittish about that.
Yeah.
Sat there with him for a few minutes, and he came up to the chair and rubbed against my leg, and I pet him a little bit as he passed and kind of like did that with his tail.
Yeah, because he doesn't mind that.
Yeah. And he stayed under the chair for a while, and I was like, where the heck are you? I can't pet you like this.
Yeah, I usually end up getting up from the chair when he seems to settle under there because of the one time that he reached his claw up and snagged the back of my shorts.
Oh gosh. But then, after a minute or two, I was like, okay, I should get back inside. So I got up, and before that, he started off around the far side of the garage.
Yeah.
And so I was like, okay, I should get up. And so I went towards the door, and he came trotting back, meowed, and came right up to me.
Yeah.
And let me pet him. Yeah. So, yeah, I think he's definitely...
He's kind of decided on us.
Uh-huh.
Good. Have you ever seen him groom his tail?
Uh-uh.
He's very definite about the tail. He kind of lifts it up in his
Yeah.
in a front paw and grooms it.
Cute.
You'd think he had a big old fluffy foxtail or something to pay that much attention to it, but no, he's a short-haired cat.
Mm-hmm.
But he does want his tail to look nice.
You're confused. Say you leave it all behind.
What your choice does.
Hmm. Meow. Meow. Meow.
Yakety cat you.
She gets so pokey with me when I'm streaming.
Yeah.
Like she's as gentle as she can be. She uses hardly any force, but her claws are just so sharp without even trying. She's just like, and it hurts.
Yeah. Not like Captain Claus Trent.
Mm-mm.
Where, Vince is not particularly crazy about it, but there are times that he lets me do, an entire claw or two entire claws. Where he's had enough.
Yeah, let's look at other option works.
Okay. So the Mother of Mountains or a weft of unraveled time?
Let me see here. Navigator's End. Take it back. Changes either way. Get a lot of XP either way. Yeah, I think you just take it back.
Okay. Let's do this one then. He'd be casting Altan into the tumultuous throes of frenzied time, and it would be tremendously dangerous to get there. That's an adventure itself. That is it. Yes! The navigator moves to embrace you. He remembers himself and offers a handshake. That's perfect. A last journey to an uncertain destination. If he'd known this could be his last resting place, he would have begged me to arrange it.
Excellent.
So I just need to keep an eye out for one of those.
Take an umpire to some houses again. Bury Altan in a wobbling wumbus.
Can you see if there's anything I can do to make those appear more frequently?
There.
There isn't? Okay. Because they did... It seems like they used to appear more frequently. But it's been quite a while since the last one we saw.
Oh. Well, actually, yeah, it might be the strength of the sun, I think, but...
Yeah, that seemed like a likely culprit. I just... Okay. The Embassy of Albion. The secretary absently waves you in. The ambassador's left arm is still in a bandage. She's struggling to write a report home with her right hand. Her mood has not improved since you last visited. The ambassador is a tall, silver-haired woman. Right. Deliver a renegotiated lease. It is stamped, sealed, signed, and readied. The ambassador reads the document. Then she reads it again. Then she spreads it on the table and counts the stamps and seals affixed to it until she reaches the sigil of the Pansecretus on the last page, which makes it indisputable and irrefutable. Then she sits back in her chair, eyes closed for a count of 10 breaths. Finally, she opens her eyes again. "Tell me the truth," she says. "Do you think I have mismanaged my tenure here?" I mean, yeah, it isn't her fault that the Blue Kingdom doesn't readily welcome Albion. "I have," she said. "I've done everything that effort and determination can do." She calls in the secretary and weighs you down with every gift the embassy can currently offer. Is that a royal dispensation?
Catching.
Ka-ching.
Yeah, you can ask her about the devils that you sold this place.
Now that the rental dispute is over, perhaps she will speak to you about the history. "I dare say it was a junk shop of souls," the ambassador remarks. "Glowing bottles on every shelf, and some nasty yellow-eyed man at the back smoking a pipe, and no one dusting under the furniture. Now we are doing some real work here." All right. Let's,
Where you can go.
I wish you would have written down what I was supposed to bring the gems to whichever place it was for.
The White Well.
Yeah. Because, like, this is the White Well right here. It's not a thing I can actually stop at.
Yeah, probably meant Wellmouth.
Okay. But there was also a thing at the stone. There was also a thing at the stone-faced court, which I think took gems, which I think I already did. And the stone-faced court's little title bar thing says the White Well on it, because it's right by the well.
Well, probably swing 2 barrels long and find out.
I don't think I have room.
Really?
Or barely. Well, I have barely enough room.
Yeah. And you have 6 on board.
7.
Or was that for an opportunity?
5 of those is for an opportunity.
The other came from...
The other came from the bank. Because of that one that you said I needed. I'm not sure why you're saying I should bring 2 now, in fact.
In case maybe it was both ports that wanted it for something? I don't remember.
I was just saying that I remembered already doing one in the other port.
Oh, if you're into another Eater of the Dead, you can get another one. Or one of those undeparted levels.
That was nearly bad. Should have fired just a little sooner.
At least he didn't fire the other gun.
Yes.
That would actually hurt. Is that a trap of trash left by that loser?
Mm-hmm.
Dang.
Yeah, let's just repair the rest of the way. Trash trap. Trash. Trapsh.
Alright, Fluky.
Undistinguished. Oh, I should have held on to the petrichor.
Yeah, something we can do with it?
Yeah. But I can also do that to reduce my terror, which is nice. Help them cope with this heavy load.
Southern Company. I can't tell, is White Grove frozen in time or is it made of ice?
I don't know. Their wooden church stands completed at the well's edge, dark and ramshackle and icicle-hemmed. The twice-scorned priest stands at his altar, delivering something half curse, half sermon. "The widows have promised to kill us if we don't leave," he roars, his knife-gnarled fist raised. "May their victuals turn to scorpions in their mouths. May their limbs atrophy, their minds unravel, their souls be damned." Once the sermon is over, he draws you aside. The psalmists are running perilously low on food. They need your help. Can't they trade with the stone-faced court? can't they trade with the stone-faced court? The twice-scorned priest spits on the floor. The graven fear offending the widows too much to trade with us or give us work. I guess I can bring you supplies. The priest nods, chewing his lip until blood trickles down his chin. Thank you, he says finally through gritted teeth. He takes you down to the half-dug cellars and shows you their existing supplies. A few sacks of grain, some hanging strips of salted pork, a crate of teeth-cracking biscuits. This wouldn't be enough for a congregation half its size. They'll need more. A lot more.
A crate of teeth, cracking biscuits.
I didn't really need that tale of terror. With some help from your crew, the psalmists drag crates of grain and biscuits and salted pork out into the snow. They're too exhausted to cheer, and unpracticed at it anyway. This provides a respite, mutters the priest. It gives me time to worry about other things, like the widows who prowl around our church at night, singing strange songs in a heathen tongue.
Territory you're impinging on, Dungus.
Mm-hmm. Give them 3 more, because I can get back to base with that. Visit the matronly relic. A cup of tea is placed before you. It's not quite warm. The relic reclines vastly. She looks almost placid except for the gleam of her eyes beneath their heavy lids. Her attendant widow kneels silently at her side. Ask why the widows live here on the frozen edge. What exactly are the widows? Why have they isolated themselves so far from the stone-faced court? The widow looks shocked at your impertinence, but the relic reaches out with one massive hand and pinches her attendant's ear between finger and thumbnail. The widow squeals. We are here to inter the failed dead, mutters the widow sulkily, rubbing her ear. The court sends us those who failed to satisfactorily die, and we lay them to rest, usually against their will. And when we have no guests poking their noses in our business, we perform other duties, the widow smirks, ones that even the court don't know about. Ooh. Let's spec for veils. Fails. 100%. Your engine departs with orders to return tomorrow. The widows watch it leave, veiled faces upturned. In well-rehearsed unison, they make their way to the White Well. You follow at a careful distance. They stand at the well's edge and raise their voices in chittering song. A seething shudder begins beneath your feet. In a hideous rush, darkness floods from the eyes and mouths of the broken statues around Wellmouth. It is spiders. Spiders! A scrabbling black vastness, an arachnid ocean. They churn and blot the snow. They overcome you. They wrap you in a scurrying shroud. 8 million ancient eyes fix upon you. The rustling flood of spiders encircles the well and weaves immense gossamer displays at its rim. Whales, gardens, dragons, and castles, all manner of wonders rise and are devoured. The widows watch, hands clasped. You lie on your back, silk-pinned. You can do nothing but stare at the sky and blink away the occasional inquisitive spider. As you stare up, you realize there is something wrong with the stars. The stars are writhing specks in the web that was the sky. "Welcome to my parlor," said the spider to the sky, a purring voice in your head. Your brain feels like it's being hammered on an anvil. Beaten, yes, but also reshaped. The memories most precious to you are shuffled like cards. Old wounds tease open. Darkest fears are dragged out writhing for inspection. Something is dancing inside your head, skittering excitedly from nook to crevice, but when you try to think what it might be, it scuttles into the shadows. You cease struggling and let it do its terrible work. When you wake, the spiders and gossamer and widows are gone. You are alone in the snow, surrounded by silent statues, but not quite alone. Ooh, something is wrapping your mind in silk. Most of the silhouettes in the snow are statues, cracked and mutilated by age. A few are not statues, but gaunt women in mourning veils who skitter suddenly into motion as you come near, and fall into silent line behind you. Soon I will shuck this place like a skin. Something is crawling uninvited through your mind. Actions in Wellmouth will increase terror. Get away from here. Dun dun dun. My darling weaver of roads and doors, she can guide you into the well. Perhaps you should simply climb into the well. Yeah.
That somehow doesn't seem the world's best idea. Could wind up with an all's well that ends in a well ending.
Gotta get away from here. The monster's loose. You're luckier than you know. The one that got away, he's gone. She's gone. think we now know what's in that well's depths. Whether it's been condemned there or simply found a home in it.
Keep doing that thing where it does creeping. What's in the hole? Call the police for help. The police are in the hole.
Oh, now I remember what the gyms were for.
Trick a monkey.
Trick a Monkey Crag.
Elephant, a giraffe, 2 cats, and a little one.
A crowd of masked spirits passes you. An elephant, a giraffe, 2 cats, a little boy, and many others. A red string is tied around a limb of each, but a loose end trails from the last creature, a cheetah. A yoked spirit follows behind. It is holding the other, broken end of the string, and carrying a goad. Neither is doing it very much good. It takes a well-placed macaque call and a fraudulent scent of ripe pear, but the monkey rejoins the spirit procession and even voluntarily puts its paw through the red cuff. The yoked rewards you with a selection of souls.
Any of those tricks did check?
Say what?
Any of those tricks did check, or do you have to come back in or something?
What?
Did any of those tricks do the trick? Because I would think you would have, like, or had an opportunity to, like, solve each problem.
Oh, no, I could only do that one.
Hmm.
It's one of those on-a-clock things.
Ah.
Enter the stone-faced court. Right, a port report. Here we go. Submit your own soul for judgment is what it was.
Ah.
The judge is unfathomably busy, but there are a few spots left unadorned on her sparkling skull. Watcher, calls the jeweled judge, grant me your wisdom. Guide me to the truth. As she bows her gem-encrusted head, a group of robed graven poke you and prod you and measure you with calipers. One waves a feathered wand over your head. Actually, yeah, I did already do this.
Yeah, I think you did.
But this is definitely what the gems were for. Was to get the Testament of Roses. Yeah, because now I have 2.
Oh, those are useful.
And I have way too many moments of inspiration, so that's a fine use for them. And I still have one extra one. I have far more than I need. More than I'll be able to use. The spirit under trial is a man who dabbled with immortality when he was alive. He died in the end, but he didn't quite die all the way. The Watcher has declared you failed dead, says the judge. Your sentence is to be thrown into the White Well. You will not die, of course, but nor will you return. "74% chance? Sure." A black-veiled woman scuttles from behind the judge's throne and starts to haul the failed dead away. When you begin your speech, she freezes. You lament the injustice of the failed dead's fate, briefly but eloquently. You are passionate, reasonable. By the end, the jeweled judge is shaking her head, impressed despite herself. "Take him if you wish," hisses the veiled widow. "He is worthless anyway." She shoves the failed dead at your feet. His efforts to extend his life have left his spirit a gibbering thing, only vaguely human, questionably sentient. He writhes in his manacles until your crew drag him out of sight.
Yeah, you did it too.
Yeah. Yeah, since I gotta head back to the city anyway.
Been measured again.
I can spin several of these. I have no idea what the Testaments of the Roses are for. But I can have several of them and be ready for whenever it comes up. There we go. 7 sounds like a good number.
Yeah, I need to bring all your gems.
Okay. Back to Sky Barnet.
I think it's the blue one is that type.
Mm-hmm.
The one shooter running around and pulsating and suddenly the.
Hmm?
Sparkling egg? Ding! It says something. A stab of brilliance pierces the sky, except that one.
I think it's the opposite of an extinguishment.
For a moment, you something.
Yeah, sure. Offer a caged catch. As pigment, the shades draw several maps in the dust of the ruins, hidden alleyways through the tangled necropolis of the kingdom. You copy them into a journal and depart, while the spirits close around the catch in its cage.
What did you get from the bright thing?
A vision of the heavens and -10 terror.
Oh, see?
Yep. Like I said, it's like an anti-extinguishment. I don't know what it's called, but
Yeah, there are two bits of text about them, but couldn't read one of them and probably flew up the other. Yeah, maybe keep Cage Catch and I think a Patrick on hold. Just for dealing with those little houses, isn't it? Yes, we have the thing for you. Conveniently. Did you not do that?
oh, no. But that's fine. That's not a big deal.
That can be fixed any way you can dark.
Yep.
What's up, losers?
Oops.
I think the only pushback.
No. Just take the terror hit. Or the terror reduction, rather.
Yep, so.
Ow. Ow. Okay, I'm going back to repair now because these guys are bastards.
Ooh, that stings.
Yeah, I got caught unable to dodge. Normal souls.
Very much not worth it. Goodness.
Nope. That was strange.
Well, it's not dead, only diminished.
Yeah.
It's like still there going, oh. 68. Still schnizzle from the bonk. Now to try this fast again. Code of sound. Tell him, Naegi. Only people who despise a certain robot bear will get that joke.
Yeah, I don't get it.
Trust me, the bear sucks.
Oh, bear will, not barrel.
Robot barrel?
That's what it sounded like you said.
Did you think I had something against Norby from those old comics I read in Boy's Life in the 90s?
Okay, I vaguely remember the name Norby.
Advocacy of sloth. They just like moss.
Guess they don't have many Rolling Stones there.
Hard to gather moss so that your stones roll around. Ooh, circles below.
Yeah.
They don't exist.
This feels like the Forge of Souls.
Feels like a bunch of holes. Maybe it's the Forge of Holes. It fell in the hole.
Forge.
Ancient machinery used since the fires of the Forge were extinguished.
fight at a time, please. Jeez.
Why? You're supposed
Weren't
to turn
you-
against each other when it happens.
For real.
Man, those spirits suck.
Mm-hmm. Yay. 3 stole. Why did my brain add, or rather, why did my mouth add an L to that? I don't think I read an L, but 3 stokers hold the line of your skysuit as you plunge in. The smell is abhorrent, drawing your gaze to the rotting church steeples of its teeth. Between the sharp spindles of the teeth, you find the remnant of the eater's recent meals. Nestled unchewed between 2 black molars, you pry out a number of souls.
Speaking of spirit first.
Mm-hmm. Hey. And, yep. The good description.
That's the Norman machine. That's part of something very weird.
Will I see him?
That's definitely the anvil of breath. I think that's a bridge.
Oh. Eddie, quit eating your floor. Circadia. Yep.
The logos.
Logos. That's better for chewing. He already died. Whoop. 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 Do that thing. Huh? mean the west? Because I'm on the east. Or do you mean the...
I mean, like, the east bite from the west.
Oh, okay.
Bite being spelled with G. And an H.
Discover all stations in the Blue Kingdom.
Challenging, but small. That's your real alarmed.
Ow. A colossal many-towered citadel contains the Lyceum, an ancient library, and rumored to hold the fabled Forge of Souls within its depths. The Court of Dust, a somber citadel of many towers, broods behind high bronze walls. A cloud of dust hangs over the towers. Occasional slivers of gemstone in the clouds sparkle as they sparkle as they sparkle as they catch the light. This is the Lyceum, a library of legend and guarded fortress of knowledge. It is forbidden to all but a select few. Observe your Blimmigan. It has followed you from the engine. Its tendrils probe the ground. What is it doing? The Blimmigan flattens itself onto the floor and lies still for several moments. Abruptly, it stands and makes its way over to your feet. It taps a tendril on the ground meaningfully. You have brought it to the correct place, but it requires more. The Forge of Souls needs to be operational. A few spirits wait hopefully in line for gates that don't open. Officials sometimes pass through on their way to somewhere more important. A servitor is hurrying towards you through a garden. Its robes flap and its porcelain mask is discommoded. Its It clutches an array of scrolls, diagrams for a new form of servitor. It stops in front of you. The voice in its jar is scratchy and out of breath. It asks you if you can give it directions to the Forge of Souls. The Forge of Souls is dormant. You cannot help. The servitor bows once, stiffly. After considering a moment, it hurls the scrolls and diagrams in its arms across the garden and stalks away.
So graceful.
Ooh. Discount gemstones. He moves in stuttering starts like a rabbit who knows a dog is about. Some call him a grave robber, but he prefers archaeologist. He is in no hurry, he professes, none at all, to shift these gemstones. Of course they're from a legitimate source. He plundered the vault himself.
First thunders across the outer horizon, the adventurer skulks by the forge, collecting shards of Navartine.
Navartine is how I've been saying it.
He parts reluctantly until he cities.
Alright, look for the forge. You'll need to find it if you're to make a companion for the clay conductor.
If you're looking for something, you may want to respect yours.
That's true.
Don't forget to blind.
Also, yeah, I haven't done this yet. A few lonely spirits mill about in the courtyard, unable to pass the gates. Perhaps you'll fare differently. The gates are high as tall cedars. Masked faces carved into the bronze gaze down upon the courtyard impassively. Beyond the gates, the towers of the Lyceum rise higher still, forlorn and foreboding. For want of a knocker, you pound your fist against the bronze. A few spirits turn their heads in wonder, but nothing happens. Then slowly a thin grate shrieks open in the lower part of the left gate. A skeletal face peers out. You are neither yoked nor ephemera. The Lyceum is not for you. The grate shrieks closed. Towers upon towers and dust upon dust, the citadel here seems entirely deserted. The clay conductor moans with frustration. Why is nothing in my life easy? Perhaps there is someone beyond the gate who can help. Well, we just,
Okay. Let's go to the Forge of Souls. We need to use Okay.
all right.
Such is the bureaucracy of the Blue Kingdom.
Mm-hmm.
related irritation. Drop on missing it.
Hey. Jerk.
Get back, scrub. Penultimate.
Yeah, let's do this. Just to be safe. Even though we're not far from a... Oop. Okay.
Try Havoc and have fun with the dog to sue me.
Do what to the dog?
Have fun.
With
That's a really big dog.
Uh-huh.
He's so cute.
he's inadvisable.
And that inadvisability comes up frequently.
Well, I mean, other than cost to feed him, and, you know, maybe knocking over houses or something.
Yeah, the mischief that he gets into is amplified by his size.
But as long as he's ungrowing, he actually probably doesn't need much more than a normal sized dog. It's a growth phase where a large dog will eat like 3 horses.
That's a lot of horses.
3 carnivorous horses. I don't like that I've said that phrase.
Yeah, I was just saying eating 3 horses.
What, like three of the horses in Oblivion?
Wait, the horses in Oblivion only meat?
Horses in the apocalypse.
The horses in Oblivion have front set eyes.
That's creepy.
It's just because the people making the horses didn't know horses.
They made predatory horses.
They accidentally made horses that evolved to be predators, yes.
Don't horses have round pupils?
Yeah.
At least that implies they don't have to deal with larger or flying predators. As cats and other small predators tend to have vertical set pupils for hunting and also keeping an eye on what's up. Whereas tall, arboreal, or flying predators, or just really large predators, tend to have round eyes. Or round pupils. You know, like jaguars and chimpanzees.
Oh no, wait, I still need those 5 because those are going somewhere else.
And eagles.
Five jumbles of souls.
This eye talk is like a flashback to working for alcohol.
Quick, steal your supplies from Nero Caesar. He doesn't need them.
Talk about devil's food. Eh.
More like Nero's food. Everybody knows that's what that stood for.
stock way up on this, and then just refuel
Get gas
from.
as you go.
Yeah, I'll get one more gas here.
Possibly stealing some from Spiritfarers, because why not?
Yeah, if it lets me.
You know what's neat that you haven't seen that there?
What's that?
One of those caches of loot that turns out to be nostalgic crockery.
Ooh.
And you had an even worse drop, but at least you hadn't had a nostalgic crockery. Ever useless unexploded ordnance. How does the Spiritfarers have such a tough engine?
Oh. Jerks. At least they're nearly dead. Got him.
What a stinky engine. Give us your loot.
Oh, somebody said something.
Ah, yes, Phil 3D says, sup, fellow bangers.
Hello.
Rich up, for real, Dev League what?
What?
Those are definitely some emotes.
Let me. Yeah.
Someone interacting in a minor fashion with her shades. Emotes are visible
On Twitch.
in the Twitch zone, but I was looking at the Discording zone. However, I can see both. Can't you see emotes? Kiki sip.
Yeah, we use a chat bridge to connect Discord and Twitch.
There's a orange blue and red striping. Fellow D33D says, "Okay, Harry, you are a wizard." A what? A wizard.
A Withered. Harry is what we've named the stray kitten that we found, though not for that reason. Harry is in short for Hieronymus Bosch.
Meow Miss Bosh. Boy, that's hard to turn into a cat thing.
Well, it's not supposed to be a cat thing, it's supposed to be a painter thing. The fact that Teddy's was also a rabbit thing was entirely coincidental.
And a chipmunk.
And a chipmunk? He's not Theodore, though. He's Edward.
Yes, but Teddy can also be Theodore.
It can be, but
Just ask Mr. President.
it's not in this case.
Yeah, that's not the case. Yeah. Get some tissue.
Mouse, please.
Unnamed individuals require shipments of bottom souls.
Yup. The first venturer, masked to disguise himself as one of the Shades of the Dead, meets you at your engine. What does he need the souls for? Nothing yet, he says, but should the forge ever be restored, they will be most useful. He includes with your payment a sack of blazing gemstones. I found them clogging one of the under furnaces, he says.
I'm beginning to get an unsettling feeling about what gemstones actually are.
Are they like soul ashes?
That's the unsettling feeling, yes. Yeah, like really final ashes, like fluoride compounds.
Soul fluoride.
It'll harden your spiritual teeth. You have bleach or all about like your soul's sword. This lets you harden your soul's teeth.
That's creepy.
Take a bite out of the gates. Hushings of a place, a library beyond all the dreams of a hunger. The anvil of bad breath.
The anvil of halitosis. The anvil of helicarnassus. What is that?
It's a big crystalline thinger. You take from it.
Ah. Where the hell did you come from?
It's probably crystalline. Thanks, Blue Logos. You made that easy. Now it's your turn to get screamed at by the gun.
Thanks, Blogos.
Suffer the screaming gun that yells in star language or something. Ah!
And Blogos is like, I am star language.
So is this, but more concentrated. Wow.
Yeah.
Fellow D33D says, I live in the only shire in Australia that doesn't fluoride its drinking water. We use DMT instead. I don't know if dimethyl... Toluene? I'm not really sure what the T stands for. Would be useful for your teeth in any way, shape, or form.
It's not for your teeth, it's for your mind.
No, it's for your mind's teeth. Okay. That way you can really sink them into a good book.
Heh.
Delicious. What did you get out of that thing?
I don't know.
Probably gemstones.
I'm up to 7 now.
Gems or souls? That's my guess. Fellow Deep says gland, penal gland softener. Penal gland. Logo control here.
What?
They guard vaults of hidden souls. alongside the perilous purple parrots.
The choices are yours and yours alone. Good luck.
They say it's a game. You done what's on the scene.
We finished one path on it anyway.
I think a couple of paths. Like, we did your father's bones once as a Longshanks, and we did it again as something else with submarine.
I don't think we did.
Oh, you never, like, finished Captain's story without submarine?
No.
Oh, okay, so there's that.
We played it for a while before getting Submariner, but we never actually beat it until getting it. And it was just that one captain that we finished it with. The Longshanks Father's Bones ending.
We had to do Father's Bones as a scientist. It's funny.
Ooh.
Or basically anything else. Like, there are so many freaking endings in that game. We've also done endings that, like, didn't involve an ambition. Like, we went all the way east. Wait, did we go all the way east? Did we go to Salt?
We did not. We almost did.
We went east with the apes. Like, we stole their ship.
That's right, we did do that.
I think we may have actually gone to Salt once.
Well, it should all be up on YouTube now,
No, we actually
so...
did, because I think we actually go to Salt. We did like that thing with like belching fire and your name and weirdness. But we gained a few of the permanent ones.
I don't remember getting that many of the permanent boons.
We got 2 or 3.
Huh. Oh.
I think the last things we did actually was either get or look into how to get the Book of Stabbings. The knifey book that increases your iron. The lead is not at all, except for establishing a new colony, which isn't available. Wait, it's not? On the Sunless map? I think we totally do that. Did they break that in a patch or something?
Uh-oh.
Philodeed says, not... Shout pull YouTube. Link it up, homie.
Oh, could you...
Oh, yes.
Do you grab it? Yeah, I don't have... Actually, it should be linked on the page somewhere.
Yeah, that'd be like down. Let me just go. Oh, I'm in the sword mode page. Doesn't have that. I've got to go over here. And YouTube channel screen. Copy link, dummy. There. There it is.
Yeah, that's it. Now, I'm not sure whether the... I think all of the Sunless Sea stuff should have gone live by now. At the very least, I know they're all uploaded. If they aren't all live yet, they will be soon.
Technically established a new colony, but option isn't available in. Interesting. So I think we did that once, probably. We of course got the fun gun and the fun engine, because you got it. sure we didn't do your father's bones twice?
Pretty sure.
Because I think we did the one where... where it turns out there's a reason the crab guys had him.
I don't remember that at all.
The Longsword Center.
Oh. Well, that's the one we definitely did.
Yeah.
But I still don't remember that. I was going to say, I think you might be conflating having read about them with having done them.
That's a possibility. Say what? Nah, no Sunless Sea up on YouTube. Sub though.
Huh.
Well, thanks for that, but I thought Sunless Sea was up. How long ago? Feels like there's something that should have a playlist.
Yeah, it should definitely have a playlist.
Are the playlists close to chronological?
The playlists are in the order of most recently added to.
So not most recently, so. Yeah,
Right.
there's Sunless Sea. You gotta scroll down a wee bit, Messiah. It is south of Firewatch and Hat in Time, and north of Event Zero and Saturday Morning RPG. 33 episodes. I could have sworn we'd done even more. If you see Alan Wake, you have scrolled down too far.
Alan Wake is much too far. That was an early one.
For the Frog Bell Tolls, Tesla Effect. Oh yeah, I'm like looking at some of the first things you did. Valkyria Chronicles.
A many-legged spirit paws at your arm and pulls you towards a trove of hours it has piled in a ditch. These are hours shed by spirits intending to pass through death's door. Their quality is as good as any dug from a sky rock or from the mother of mountains. Oh, hey, wait. The diplomat is grateful. A young member of the London Embassy is hoping to win an audience with the Daughter of the Sun. He has traveled to death's door, but not managed to cross the endless furrows. The shadow of the sun, the garden place where the daughter resides, is closed to him. He hopes a gift might change the situation. 5 casks of Navarretine gemstones should do it. Death's door is north from the transit relay on the far side of the Blue Kingdom. The diplomat is grateful, though this is only a start. To impress the Daughter of the Sun, he will need far more gems than these. He passes you several permits as thanks. I'm permitted to give out a few at my discretion. It's entirely legitimate. 2 ministry-stamped permits and 1 invitation to perdurance.
Totally legitimate, yep. Fill details. Oh, found it. Enjoy Sunless Skies. Gotta immerse myself in Submariner.
Have fun.
Yep, enjoy the cigars.
Oh, they don't crash into you, that's good. Also makes sense, I suppose. I didn't get a port report. I just stopped there, made the delivery, and left.
And ran into red Legos.
Red Legos?
They didn't step on
Yeah.
them. Philodine says, puff puff, pass out. Hey, well tedious, those are the cheapest way to reduce terror on the Z. Under the Z. In the game. At least in terms of like things you pay to reduce terror.
Wander the streets. requested her for guidance. Sky Story Tale of Terror. Nearly 600 tales of terror. And I can't really do anything in the Endless Furrows without being,
Be categorized as dead to buy a shovel.
Yeah. Can I make a port report out there? No. Why can't I port report? Okay, I can't port report.
Okay.
How about the Shadow of the Sun? Can I port report there?
Wait, maybe if you go out there without a shovel, you can port apart from there.
I just did.
No. See.
Port report here. Which this seems to be the port report for Death's Door. So, that works. No shops. Nothing to do there.
Buy the wacky spinning thing to reduce terror. Some kind of jerk.
Approach the Horologian. An observance become ephemera. It is the appointed hour. You have no choice here. Okay. Orient ministers with wheels of living fire at their backs approach. Their burnt branch hands reach toward you. You are antedeceased. It is the appointed hour. You have no choice here. You are caught in their long and many-limbed grip like a fly in a web. The most senior of the ministers produces a mask of golden candle wax from their cloak of shining silk. Another brings forth a bowl of copper flame. They mean to make you ephemera, one of the dead on its journey to death's door. Alright, I was just thinking I needed to become ephemera.
Sounds painful.
Alright, become ephemera.
That'll let you into
The mask fits tightly to your face. It has no holes for eyes. You see only the shadow of a movement through it, then a sudden brightness as the bowl of copper flame approaches. Hands take your own, numbing your senses as the wax begins to melt. Later they help you stand and carve your name into a stone tablet, confirming you as one of the ephemera on your way to death's door. It was aggressive and then it stopped being aggressive.
Stop being aggressive. But yes, we can make use of the ephemerality by going to the Forge of Souls now.
Yeah. Oh, I have to be yoked to go here. And I also need to be ephemera to go to the mud fields, right?
I think it'd be dead.
I thought ephemera counted as dead.
We need to check. I don't remember. Because there's ephemeral and deceased, dead, and
Acquire a shovel. Many of the shades are digging with their hands, bolstered by the grim patience of the dead. You don't have that kind of time. You drop into one of the trenches that crisscross the churned landscape and walk until you find a yoked spirit with a bundle of shovels slung across her back. The yoked spirit clutches her shovels jealously. She lacks a voice jar, so instead she crouches and scrawls in the mud. These guide the dead to their door, she writes. They are reserved for those who need them most, the frailest spirits, the struggling. Your Blue Kingdom litigator will argue your case. In no time at all, the cowled loquacitor has persuaded the recalcitrant shade that you are the frailest and most meager of spirits. You are handed a shovel, and she even writes good luck in the mud. Your litigator informs you, however, that they will wait for you back at the engine. They have no desire to get any closer to death's door than they already are. Occasional flashes of thunderless lightning illuminate the blighted land. Shades burrow in the mud like eager worms. You should join them. The mud is a miserable ocean, vast, uninterrupted. You hold your shovel like a dowsing rod and somehow know exactly where to go. Your blade bites earth, again, again, again. Your hands bleed, your arms ache. Eventually you resemble some kind of splattered mud wraith. Finally, your shovel slams against something solid. The blade breaks. On your knees, you scrabble and uncover a stone door with your name inscribed upon it. Your very own door to death, ancient and brutal and familiar. It has been here, waiting for you since the beginning of all things. You heave it open and drop into darkness. Below the mud, you find yourself in the catafalque, a candle-decked labyrinth filled with endless lines of shuffling, silent dead. Death's door waits at the other end of the tunnels. Most of the candles are burned to stubs, leaving the floor caked with runnels of wax. Logoi, the living words of the sun, patrol the tunnels, their elegant sigil forms roar with fire. They and a few stubborn candles are the only light left. Search for the industrialist's lost love. She must be somewhere down here. Surely she can't have moved too far. You call her name and interrogate passing spirits to no avail. She must be even deeper in the catafalque. Press deeper. The tunnels open up ahead, and a ring of logoi circle the ceiling. You'll need to pass a test in order to progress. Here the tunnel opens up into a great hall. The gangling sequestrator sits on her raised throne, surrounded by hanging lanterns and censers. As the spirits pass beneath her at a steady shuffle, she extends one telescopic arm and settles a veiny hand across their porcelain mask. With a moment's wrenching effort, she yanks it away, leaving the spirit faceless. It turns and heads deeper into the catafalque. Ah. You will lose your face and with it 5 hearts. Perhaps you will be able to get it back at a later date. Your face can be reclaimed from the quartermaster in the endless furrows.
Oh, that's good.
Yep.
There's one that consumes fancy souls and one that uses your.
And the iron has a 100% chance of success, so I may as well do that.
Man, the Blue Kingdom's creepy.
Uh-huh. I mean, it's the land of the dead. What do you expect?
This is Halloween. This is Halloween.
The hand encloses your face. A twist, a wrench, and it retreats with something ragged clutched between its fingers. It hardly hurts at all. If anything, it feels as though a weight has been lifted. Your new reality becomes apparent only when you touch your face and feel nothing but an expanse of brute, blank flesh. Your vision dims as though a gray veil has closed over the world. With some effort, you are able to manifest a lipless slit of a mouth which screams. You have passed the test of substance, and your face is gone. You may move further into the catafalque. You have passed the test of substance and surrendered your face to the sequestrator. Press deeper. The horde of spirits, now without masks, proceed through the tunnels in a seething dark mass. There is a momentum to them now. They move like a flood. A dozen logoi blaze overhead, their incandescent forms casting stark, brilliant shadows. As the shades pass beneath, they are lashed with tongues of bright flame. They flinch, straighten their backs, hurry on. No spirit is struck twice. Let's see here. Help a bereaved spirit find her lost companion. They stuck together through death, the court, even the mud, but they lost each other in the test of substance. With her mask removed, the bereaved spirit's face refuses to stick in your memory. When you look away from her, all you are left with is a vague impression of her heartfelt sadness. His face was taken, she scratches on the wall. I lost him in the crowd. Please, his name is Bobby. 75% chance of success. For this, I will take the sure thing. The Logos leans forward, battering you beneath a wave of scorching heat. When the flames retreat, your gift is gone. The Logos rotates ponderously and drifts down the tunnel. You run after, fighting your way through the crowd of spirits while it floats serenely overhead. It leads you to the spirit of a dog, back paws trapped in a hollow of collapsed wax. "Bobby!" you call. The dog stares at you piteously. Piece by viscous piece, you pull the wax from its legs, giving it enough room to bound free. The dog spirit circles you, tail wagging. You should reunite it with its owner.
Oh.
Bobby is close by your side, tail wagging, his porcelain snout nudging at your knee. Without her mask, the bereaved spirit's face is slippery. Her features vanish from your mind as soon as you look away. Was she happy when she saw her lost companion? Did she laugh? Did she weep? You can't remember. He jumps into her arms. They don't speak or laugh. There are no happy barks. As ever, they are perfectly silent. She has nothing she can give you, but she writes her thanks on the wall. She joins the rush of spirits, Bobby prancing at her heels. Nice. You unlocked this by having no bag of faces.
I don't like that it looks like a thing of tea.
Search for the industrialist's lost love. It will be more difficult to find her now that the spirit's masks have been taken. call her name and interrogate passing spirits to no avail. She must be at death's door already. Either that, or she's passed on. 94% chance? Yeah, let's try and sneak past.
Sneaky, sneaky.
You slip quickly through the swollen crowd, head bowed. The spirits on either side of you are struck by bolts of fire. For a moment the shades pause, then continue on their way with renewed purpose. But you escape the Logoy's attentions. You will need to pass a final test. After that, death's door awaits. After asking your name, a yoked spirit allows you to pass. Once again, the tunnel opens up and becomes a staircase, descending into a cauldron huge as a lake. It brims with a whirling black fluid. Dozens of the yoked stand stirring at the edges. An endless procession of shades march in without hesitation and are whipped away by the current. On a balcony above the cauldron, a vast frog-like spirit carefully oversees the entire affair. "What are you waiting for?" it croaks when you pause. Ask the amphibian alchemist what awaits you in the cauldron. Huh. Spirits pile up behind you. The alchemist groans in frustration. "You will enter the cauldron and mix with the other spirits," croaks the alchemist. "You will taste each other's memories, know each other's innermost selves. If you are strong enough, you will emerge on the other side, stripped of irrelevancies. Your name, for instance. And if you're not strong enough, you will remain in the cauldron, and other spirits will absorb what they need from you. You will still reach death's door. They will take you with them, piece by piece."
So you can sneak off, or you can try going a little further in using a powerful thought.
Yeah, it's a moment of inspiration. I have plenty of those, so I can do that. As he's... What?
Oh, I was gonna say, this kind of reminds me of the Ice Palace from Sunless.
Oh, yeah, it kind of does.
Taking stuff from you at every turn.
As you step beneath the surface, foreign memories flood you, fleeing through long grass, the crunch of bones between your jaws, swirling unfamiliar skies. You are coming apart. Spirits swirl around you, silent shapes with arms outstretched. You are buffeted by memories, sword fights in a forest, sunken libraries, a city aflame. You cling to your name, but there are a dozen other names you can call to mind, and you no longer know which is yours. You fight the swirling currents and emerge on the other side, mostly intact. Your name is gone. The other gaps in your memory are not too severe, you think. Whistling winds rip through the catafalque as you approach the end of all things. The walls fall away. The high wilderness opens before you. A narrow bridge extends into the void. At the end of the bridge, a seething mass of spirits cluster at the foot of a door as tall as the sky. Death's door. Its every inch burns with symbols indistinguishable from the hundreds of logoi hovering wrathfully above. The door fascinates and appalls. It is the ultimate promise, the ultimate threat. How many of the living have ever seen beyond? Have any? She must be here. She must. You dash between the spirits who are pushing toward the door, calling her name. But of course that doesn't work. These shades have been processed through the catafalque. They are faceless, nameless, the memories of their old lives in tatters. So you don't call her name. You call the name of the industrialist instead. Do any of them remember him? One spirit turns to meet your gaze. She clutches your coat, and her shoulders shake silently.
Found her.
The lost love resists your attempts to lead her away from death's door. You hand her a stick of chalk, and she scrawls on the wall of the catafalque. I love him still, she writes, but I am ready to move on. She pulls a small clay jar from her robes and thrusts it into your hands. It holds my voice, she writes. Give it to him, a memento.
Ooh, that's a choice.
That is a choice. Considering what we know, or at least what we suspect about what happens here, though, I kind of want to try to convince her. Because this isn't some, like, final reward. She's just going to be eaten by a star. You know?
Shenanigans are fun.
Oh?
This is closer to the beginning of that thing
Than it seems?
I think so, yeah.
Wow. This is a long quest line. If so.
Well, you have the fast engine, and he's in Prosper. It's not too far away. That's interesting.
That's concerning, what you just said.
Yeah, I think there's a timer of sorts. also, or maybe you have to also, get permission for her to leave from the Daughter of the Sun.
Ah. Which means I have to become yoked. Which I can do that here. That's... So, convince her to return to the world of the living. She glances back at death's door and hesitates. It begins to open. The first light blazes forth. She writes a single word on the wall. Yes. You grab her and pull her away from the door and its enticing, ensnaring light. You wait, clutching each other, until it slams shut once again. Can the dead leave the Blue Kingdom intact? It's not a question you've had cause to consider before. Perhaps you should search for an answer before you drag the lost love beyond the kingdom's borders. All right, witness the opening of the door. You wait. The winds gnaw. Still you wait. Majestic and ponderous, death's door opens. It opens not like a door, but like a dam. A seething cascade of spirits are deposited into the beyond. Beyond, it is punishingly bright. You see ornamented skies draped in turquoise and furious gold. To gaze upon it is a painful privilege, but not one that can be endured for long. You find yourself walking toward the light. This will kill you. Sure. Use 2 moments of inspiration to cling to life and stare into the light. This'll probably get me a searing enigma. Yep.
Yep.
You force yourself to stare into the beyond. The beyond pours into you. In the light swallowed depths are gargantuan wheels, vast as oceans, turning with unstoppable momentum. Between them, glimpses of colossal things like limbs performing ineffable tasks with flawless precision, twisting rivers of sapphire light, streaks of language chasing each other up pillars of frozen lightning. Are those spirits you see rising like angels? Why are they writhing? Why are they being pulled apart? It is a brutal, swift, methodical disassembly, a meticulous unmaking. Finally, the light forces you to bury your head in your hands, blinking away furious tears. All right. Turn back. Hold on a sec. I need to get a shovel again and get down there so I can offer to aid the...
Yeah, help out that one servitor.
Yeah. You have acquired a shovel. Dig for your door.
can do that too. Because that was easily done with.
Yeah, I'm not sure I can make it to her with lightless, though, is the thing. Like, I'm not sure I can press deeper into the catafalque. Because the lightless cannot pass.
Oh. Okay, yeah. You'll have to come back and grab lightless.
Mm-hmm. You have passed the test of substance and surrendered your face to the sequestrator. Offer your services to the gangling sequestrator. The sequestrator looks you up and down, her porcelain mask giving nothing away. Then she shrugs, a hugely expressive gesture when your arms are 10 times as long as your body. Her voice issues from a gold vase beside her throne. The Hall of Stoics is awaiting the latest batch, and my mort postum is nowhere to be seen. Here. An arm as long as a rainbow curves overhead and drops a heavy satchel in front of you. It clinks. Deliver this to the curator, she says. The Hall of Stoics can be found in the endless furrows above. You have been given a bag of faces. It clinks.
Faces shouldn't do that. But for the spirits, faces are personal masks.
Yeah.
Yours is probably a little more drippy.
Alright, return to the furrows above.
Claim your name, I suppose.
Yeah.
Those meters back. So you don't need to go that far.
We don't usually get requests for returns. The jaded quartermaster is a shade with an almost spherical body and a mask whose lips are pursed in frozen contempt. His voice mutters from a clay urn on his desk. You have to stoop to hear him. The Blue Kingdom doesn't really do returns as a rule. You need an indulgence to reclaim your name. I need permission from the sun's daughter.
Oh, goodness.
Okay, well, I can do that. I just have to do this other thing first. I'll leave him for now. Go deliver the thing to the Hall of Stoics.
Oh, wait a minute. Did you have to dig as soon as you got a shovel? Because if not, you may want to get a shovel before you change your status yoked, otherwise you won't be able to get a shovel.
Wait, what?
I remember only the dead can like get a shovel.
Right, I think I had to dig immediately.
Let's make some magic on that shovel.
I forget, though. I wasn't paying close enough attention to how it went, just that it went.
Oh, you can check.
Oh, yeah. Acquire a shovel. Blue Kingdom Litigator. You've acquired a shovel. Okay, no, I don't have to.
Ha! I was right.
Okay,
You're welcome.
thank you. Hall of Stoics. The hall is a tower of ochre stone. You show the satchel to a yoked spirit at the door, who waves you through. Inside, you find a spiraling corridor, walls lined with impassive masks. After hours of walking, you finally come across the curator, studying one of the masks on the wall. "Ah, are you the new Mort Postum?" The conscientious curator takes the bag from you, his own porcelain mask as impassive as the ones racked behind him. "Thank you." He lays the masks on the floor one by one. "I try to commit all their faces to memory. Someone should, don't you think?" That's really thoughtful, honestly. Okay, let's at least reclaim face. "Fill these out," he says, "and I'll need a testament of the feather, too."
Done.
After peering through your signed and stamped tablets, the quartermaster sighs. "Wait here," he says, picking up his voice jar and heading for the door. "I'll need to retrieve your face from the Hall of Stoics." He returns hours later, clutching something ragged and slight. He presses it onto your blank visage, and it settles like a spider web. The world regains its color. Sounds are sharper. Smells keener. You reach up with both hands and gently, reverently push against your familiar old eyes, nose, lips. "No more going into the catafalque unless you don't plan on coming back up," says the quartermaster. "It's not healthy." Yeah, don't need those. A little more fuel. And
So I have been reclassified as young.
mm-hmm. So now I can come over here and say I got business. She is the arbiter of endings, the daughter of the Sapphired King. The shadow of the sun was built for her and around her. Outside the palace doors, the carefree attendant bows deeply. He is wearing a robe of red feathers and a pair of startling green boots. His voice echoes from a pot in his arms. "The Arbiter of Fates has expressed an interest in meeting you also," says the carefree attendant. "I trust I need not tell you the magnitude of the honor. But if you saw her in your current form, you would unravel. Follow me." He leads you to a structure at the edge of the ornamental lake. It's halfway between tree and lighthouse. It's a branching tower with a blazing globe nestled in its upper reaches. You are taken upstairs to a windowless room with off-putting implements hanging from the walls. "Your eyes must be replaced by gemstones," says the attendant, measuring your face with calipers. "That is the simplest part of the procedure." He lifts a small bell and rings it, carefully watching your response. "Your thoughts must become song, or they will turn against you. We will have to replace your skin with the language of light, and your tongue with flame. All perishable flesh must remain here for safekeeping."
Your skin correspondence.
Alright, yeah, allow the cowled loquacitor to assist in readying your form.
Your spirit lawyer makes it cheaper.
Yep. The attendant lays you on the bare stone floor at the center of a circle of engraved correspondence symbols. He takes from the wall a scalpel as long as a sword. This will hurt for a moment, he says. Then you will lose your comprehension of pain. Symbols flare like stars. The scalpel slides into you just above the collarbone and traces your outline with delicacy and precision. There's only a little blood. Your skin comes away in rinds like shucked fruit. The blaze of correspondence devours you. The world falls away. You now have a form resilient to resplendence. The palace is a vortex of blossoming, unblossoming kaleidoscope architecture. She at the center, a nucleus of violent light, the daughter of a star. She is a pillar of blazing time and rushing song, a winged and skeletal sun, a seven-limbed, seven-headed colossus of sapphire and silk, whose words dance like fireflies on the burning wind. Welcome, she says, her voice a howl and an orchestra and a shivering crystalline song. There is a reason I have agreed to meet with you, traveler, despite our disparity in stature, says the Arbiter. I have a request. I can perform miracles, traveler, says the sun's daughter, her eyes blossoming like flowers. There are only two things you can do that I cannot. The first is die. The second is exit the Blue Kingdom. Fortunately for you, I require the latter. The sky... What?
I wonder if she considers that a joke.
The sky shatters. Her mouths sing something similar to laughter. I have decided to establish a Blue Kingdom embassy in the Reach. Our isolation must end. I have chosen you for this task. The embassy will not just facilitate relations, but also spread the Blue Kingdom's philosophy and influence. Sure. The sun's daughter accepts your agreement with the unhesitating ingratitude of someone very accustomed to the world reshaping itself in her favor. You will not be alone in this task, she says. Waiting at the station, you will find my other chosen representative, a yoked spirit who, in life, was famous for his charisma and genius. He has received special dispensations that allow him to venture outside of the Blue Kingdom without being unmade. You have agreed to help the Arbiter of Fates establish an embassy in the Reach. You can meet her chosen diplomat, the mesmeric orator, in Death's doorstop. A single word from the sun's daughter can cut through the Blue Kingdom's bureaucracy like a superheated knife. If she leaves the Blue Kingdom without a special dispensation, the light of the law will unmake her. If a spirit leaves my father's kingdom without my blessing, she will be rendered to salt. I am pleased with this state of affairs. As she states this, pillars of salt spring up around you like a circle of standing stones. Why then should I break centuries of tradition and permit her to leave? To allow such a thing goes against everything my father and I strive for.
Dang, it's amazing.
3.
Alright. Yeah, we can actually still hit the Forge of Souls as yoked. Cool. Take 3.
That sounded like you said the Florida Souls.
Souls to Sun's Daughter. To escape. Yeah. Let's see if we can do this for your voice back. Yay.
When you try to speak to the sun's daughter, you find that you are not using words. Concepts are communicated, yes. Shapes manifest in the air. A tapestry of 100 meanings is whittled down until only one remains. Your arguments are sound, says the sun's daughter. You suspect she is not using words either. A measure of translation is taking place. I will offer you a word of support in certain matters. Sure, why not? A sky story for a testament of the feather? Yeah.
That's a good deal, isn't it?
Most officials can't give these away without careful consideration of the cost. She, of course, is the exception. In exchange, she only desires a story. As you tell your story, you speak not in words, but in storms. Ink-black clouds coagulate above. A rain of words soaks you both in memories, leaving you shivering with nostalgia. When you reach the crescendo, lightning crawls across the horizon. The sun's daughter listens in silent rapture. When your story is over, the clouds boil to nothing, but pools of meaning linger. Sunshine burns them away. You have earned your dispensation, she states. You will need to discard your new form. It will certainly be painful.
You're gonna have to lessen yourself so much. My goodness. Might cause chafing.
The palace falls away. Your new shape twists, folds, retreats. The flaming symbols that have replaced your flesh extinguish one by one. The stones in your eye sockets shatter into teardrops and crumble down your cheeks. It is excruciating in a dozen different ways. The ache of a still healing wound, the agony of scourged flesh, the pain of a bitter and dreaded departure. When it is finally over, you find yourself once more confined to the twitching, decaying flesh wreck that is your body. You haven't outwardly changed, but every movement now feels lumpen and ponderous. The carefree attendant helps you to your feet with a smile.
And 5 terror because that was creepy.
Mm-hmm.
Well, now you can get your name back.
Mm-hmm.
Now's not the time for mere words.
Now is the time for action. Yeah. Meet with the mesmeric orator. A stocky spirit is waiting, buckling under the weight of a golden urn as tall as he is. This is the daughter's chosen ambassador. Some of the yoked spirits speak through the voices of the departed, which they carry in jars or other containers. You've never seen an urn quite so large, though. "Greetings, comrade," a voice echoes from the urn, a voice that is honey poured over thunder. You could huddle around it for warmth. "I understand we are to be partners in the Blue Kingdom's first diplomatic enterprise." "Well, what are we waiting for?" asks the mesmeric orator, chuckling the warmest, kindest chuckle that has ever issued from a pot. He marches aboard your engine. "We are to establish the embassy at a place called Hybris." That's a hell of a place.
Yeah, what an annoying place to have that.
Mm-hmm. It's nowhere near the the gate. Although it does place them awfully conveniently close to the gate to
Eleutheria.
Eleutheria, thank you. My brain was just saying Eufaula. And it's like, no.
Lake Eufaula. Embassy of the Blue Kingdom. Brought to you by the Arkansas River.
Name reclaim. The name's not as simple as a face, says the quartermaster. It can only be returned if you have permission from the sun's daughter herself.
Sure do.
A name cannot be returned, but it can be exchanged or taken. By order of the highest representatives of the Sapphired King himself, you have been granted the name of the Jaded Quartermaster. The nameless thing protests. I have many names to trade, the nameless one before you whines. All the names of all the dead. Famous names. Forbidden names. Secret and hideous and profound. No, says the Jaded Quartermaster, only one name will do. An exchange, then, mutters the nameless thing. It scribbles a contract on a wax tablet, and you sign. Your name is returned, and it is the Jaded Quartermaster once more. And it is the Jaded Quartermaster once more.
Oh, she's fun.
Uh-huh.
It would seem she has the number of several or most of these suckers.
Leave the Jaded Quartermaster in peace. He mutters something at your retreating back. You escape into the world of mud.
Ugh. That's not a great escape.
Monsters of mud, covered in mud. Okay. I should... Where first? Forge of Souls, then back to Sky Barnet?
Quite likely, since you have the opportunity.
Okay.
Unless you want to go to Skybrand first for repairs.
That might not be a
That's
bad
the
idea.
choice. They might find enemies you can strike down to take the health of.
Yeah.
God, Scorn and Fluke. Awesome to blow up to take.
Storm Fluker.
Logo's still there.
I think so, yeah. I'll lurk around a corner, see if that will help me.
Yeah, there it is.
Oh, you moved. Got it. Okay. Celebrate victory.
Jeez, that fight might not have been worth it, honestly.
Maybe I should just go straight back to Sky Barnet.
And avoid fighting Logan. So I can recommend the Heck Spirit for engines. They hit hard.
They do. Depart quietly.
For a strange dream.
Oh, would you pour me a glass too? If you don't mind sharing. What? It's not quite empty. Big repairs. Thank you.
Goodness, the coloration of it makes it look like I just poured a crap ton of brandy or something. It smells far more apple.
Tasty. Trade petrichor for souls.
That tastes way too much like literally cold apple pie.
Mm-hmm.
Sorcery.
A single crate of petrichor, the food of the dead, wins you an armful of shimmering souls. The shades that parted with them didn't have receptacles to spare, so you trapped them in milk bottles you salvaged from the galley. Mourn the dead. I woke up in a new Bugaldi.
I mean, at least there's somewhere convenient.
Wrecked Bugaldi. Oh, there's another thing there? No one. It's just repairs.
HP. Yay!
Yeah, and since I fought a thing for repairs, I would go ahead and just make for the forge, but I should probably,
Not supplies you're on though.
yeah, resupply. I don't need to book it or anything, though.
Oh, that tastes neat.
Mm-hmm.
Game location and 36 bucks.
Yeah. Well, it was just a cantankery. A bull cantankery, but still. I was hoping for supplies. Hello.
I think it used to be scarier when they were just one big hitbox.
Mm-hmm. Search for treasures. It makes my teeth sing. I think I know what that means. Ooh. A condemned experiment. Repairs. Caged catches for Death's Door. Immaculate Souls for the White Well. Five of those. Five of those. And an additional 3 of those for the Sun's Daughter. That's not what I meant to... Okay, considering how full that makes me, I should probably do the deliveries first and then go to the Forge of Souls.
And possibly bring a cage capsule in with you for that one event.
Yeah, one more. Not a bad idea. Ah, it's time to pay him again. I think this is my last... Oh no, I still have 2 scraps of ancient knowledge. Alright. Oh, they're gonna fight each other, aren't they? Oh.
Yeah, that's you three all just fight.
Okay, well, the Resurrectionist is turning around to face me. I'll deal with them anyway. Oh boy.
Is the red sitting like you right now?
Yep.
Bonk!
I was hoping it would not.
Oh, that poor contender. Second spear for her. Oh my goodness, it's still alive. Why are you shooting at Spearman? Shooting critical fingers.
Was. Okay, normal souls. It's something. It's not great, but it's something.
Not great, not terrible.
Deploy canning equipment.
Deploy candy equipment. Flack, 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 flack.
Stop! Stop! He's already dead! Oh, can't enter when my status is yoked. Okay, well. That's all for there, then. Share a caged catch.
I said that, but I forgot it when I gave you the license card.
Mm-hmm.
Kind of have a lot of those.
I mean, those are useful.
There. Especially now that we know that
Yeah.
they can save you on dumping hours in them.
Yeah. Which even that is less the cost of the hours and more the inconvenience of heading
Bringing
out
them
there.
back,
Yeah.
And therefore, you could sell them for 400 dollars. Rather than dumping them to the thrower.
Right.
Spirit churned ice cream? What? Oh.
Okay. Back. Do my surgery again.
She's not tired of you yet.
Heh. Yep. Help me do the thing. Sure. Try another indulgence here. Yay. Now I have an indulgence in case I need it. And another testament of the feather. Offer a costly tithe. Your offer is enough for me to consider your request, but I must impose a limitation. The spirit in question, or the son's daughter pauses. The spirit in question can only return to her lover for a year and a day. If you fail to bring her back within that time limit, the consequences will be severe. With that final word, she seems to grow in stature. Her eyes become shining hurricanes. For a terrible moment, she looms over you, as huge as a mountain, wide as a sea, severe beyond measure or reason, and falling solely on your shoulders, traveler. A year and a day from what point?
The 22nd of August, 1916. Let me get that down just in case it, so got permission for... her to leave for a time. Took the favorite songs. Must return the last love to Blue Kingdom by 22. 20. Yeah, I'm calling 22, so yeah, a little slaughter. 1917. Yeah.
Okay, cool. Okay. And back I go.
So this is doorstep.
This does say doorstep.
The other thing says doors. Which one is it?
Ugh.
Wait, these are needed to perform a test of substance?
Sequestrator sends a servant to arrange the exchange. It is one of the yoked dead, the shade of a lumbering creature resembling something between a lobster and a whale. It strings each cage onto its back, oblivious to the bites and scratches from the occupants. With a complicated bow, it drops something at your feet. Thank you?
Ah, fats and oils are needed to perform the test.
Hmm. Okay. And I have a feeling I'm going to need to be anti-deceased in order to, in order to leave here.
What?
You are not where you thought you were. Success.
The first we want to use our hip set is to use the first set. And also, I don't know if you're obsessed. This just matters when you're leaving.
I would have thought that only anti-deceased or living, or, you know, anti-deceased or invisible would be able to, depart. Oh, you dodged. Oops. Stop being such a dodgy bastard. Yeah. It'd be funny if they started fighting each other.
Disappearing text.
Strip it for parts. Why are they veering off towards me? Ah, another one of these. Be able to tell what it actually gave me. Anything? Gems. Okay.
That was weirdly delayed.
It was. As was the pop of that Eater of the Dead.
Yeah, you can hear clusters.
Oops.
Might want to drop a little timber. Again, this stress and until it's like 50% broken.
Yeah.
Things start to happen.
In recent years, overeager scribe spinsters have picked reams of London literature from the wrecks of engines they have destroyed and taken it to the forge. A yoked servitor spirit is selling it off by the pound. He indicates that it's starting to clog up shelves that could be dedicated to more interesting and important subjects. Is that okay? The other spirits are forbidden from entering, but perhaps it will be different for you. You approach the gates. The few spirits hovering in the courtyard begin to cluster behind you. A grate at eye level shrieks open. A skeletal face peers back at you, eyeball to hollow, gem-studded socket. You are permitted, the unworthy scribe says in a voice of molten lead. Not the rest. The lamentation has made herself more than clear. The grate slams shut. With a long, grinding moan, the left gate creaks open a fraction. It is enough to slip into the dark chamber beyond, as the gate swings shut behind you. The Lyceum is a cavernous and crumbling vault. Its stone floors are covered in battered tomes and broken tablets. Creaking shelves far above you bow under the weight of disordered scrolls. A few thin rays of light filter in from holes in the towers high above. They illuminate vast stone stairs leading deeper into the Lyceum. The unworthy scribe sits at a small desk beside the gate, whispering to himself and paying no heed to you. The sanctum of the fabled Forge of Souls, the library of the westernmost king. There are wonders here long forgot. The Lyceum is a trove of buried knowledge, the lore of kings and regents, the notes on the creation of servants of the stars. The scribes and clerks in the service of the Lamentation of Mists do what they can to organize and catalog the vast archives, but the Lamentation's work comes first. The sky around is lit with cooling sparks from the forge itself, its smoldered chimneys protected by the storied towers of the Lyceum. Here, knowledge is created. You are new to the Lyceum. The Graven's eye sockets are studded with twinkling white sapphires. His fingers drum on his stone desk, propelled by nervous energy. He adopts the tone of a tour guide. This, he tells you, is the Lyceum. It has had many purposes over the eons, but has fallen into neglect. The Great Lamentation of Mists aims to restore this once glorious citadel to its former stature, but it will take time and work and patience. He looks about at the voiceless spirits shuffling disconsolately through the stacks. The Lamentation has had to take what help she can find. Inquire about the Forge of Souls, said to dwell within the Lyceum. You have heard that the suns used to fashion new life. Is it true? The unworthy scribe hisses like a kettle on the boil. The sapphires in its eye sockets dim. The forge is under the Amaranthine Edict, he rasps. For your benefit, that means that the Sapphired King has taken it under his protection to prevent against unwise use. Once it was the province of all kings. The westernmost has learnt the painful lesson of that mistake. The unworthy scribe drums his fingers against the stone of his desk. Be satisfied that you have been allowed within the Lyceum. Be content with its wonders. Do they not suffice? Ask whether you may visit the Clerk of Sevens. Beside the vast gates is a door barely taller than you. Its bronze plaque is etched with words in several languages. One of them is English. The unworthy scribe opens the door for you. The skeleton's eyes wink in the light. The clerk was a Londoner once. Perhaps you'll get along. The room is lined with shelves filled with tattered files and crumbling journals. At the center is a large, ornate wooden desk, the type you'd see in a banker's office in London. The clerk sits on top of the desk, reading. She leans against a vast stack of dust-covered papers. She glances up from her book. Her smile is quick, mischievous. Few humans, living ones at least, hold positions of importance in the Blue Kingdom, and her title is not informative. I'm cataloging the number 7, she shrugs helplessly. All history, science, law, art, fiction, every and any occurrence of the number 7, I record and file it. It could be worse. It could have the 6s. Can you imagine doing it for the 12s?
That's her job? Sheesh.
She wants you to help her out of her bibliographic hell. Listen, she says, I wasn't first through the Avid Horizon, but I was pretty close. And I made a bad deal. I didn't know much better then. Have you been to the Forge? The Venturer there was the first through. He and the captain who brought him were bound here in service. The Venturer chose to stay here, but I gave up my locomotive so that the captain could escape. Now I'm bound here in the captain's place. I didn't come to the skies for this. I want to leave. The correspondence is my way out. With the right sigils, I could fashion a loophole, or at least a temporary exemption. What does she want me to do? I've learned as much as I can of the correspondence here at the library. The signs I need are obscure ones. I can't find them here. She hands you a sheaf of notes and a couple of charred books. I've scraped together some clues to locations the sigils might have been used. If you could collect, say, half a dozen of them, I should be able to amend the terms of my service enough to free myself. For a time, at least. There are 18 sigils scattered across the sky in ports and discoveries. You need to recover any 6 of them. The note says, Lustrum, and what about the Logoi? Or, swallowed by the past in a place where the weft of time had frayed. What does this mean?
So, get sigils from Lustrum, a Logos, a Ruling Wondus, and other places.
Mm-hmm.
Get 6. Is that 6, right?
Yeah. 6 of 18. Have a look at the clerk's work. You certainly won't be interrupting. The top sheet of the nearest pile is titled The Constellation of Sparrows. Here the clerk has been recording the reign of the constellation's 7th son. To the side of that pile is a hefty file. It is marked as the 5th of 26 files, on every 7th bronzewood tree growing in the reach. Her work is certainly thorough. Return to the gates of the Lyceum. There is nothing here but the Clerk of Sevens and a vast amount of paperwork. None are going anywhere. Petition for an audience with the Lamentation of Mists. The Lamentation has authority over the Lyceum and the Forge of Souls. Perhaps you have a need for her. The unworthy scribe shakes his head sadly. The Lamentation prefers to choose her servants herself. It is beyond my remit to procure service for her. And besides, he glances around the wealth of moldering shelves and scattered clay tablets, she is excruciatingly busy. Provide an endorsement from your litigator. Offer tribute. The library needs books, and if she dislikes the words in the ones you offer, she can make use of the bindings, the pages, the letters. Ministry-approved literature. Huh. Offer a testament of the feather. The literature definitely seems like the cheapest option.
What's the cost of the litigator, you said?
Scrap of ancient knowledge.
Ah.
The unassuming scribe sighs sadly. I appreciate the gesture, but we are not in the habit of cataloging your ghastly attempts at profundity. If you wish to restock our Lyceum, I'd suggest searching Eleutheria. The Lamentation is very interested in recovering whatever is left from the library scattered about that unhappy kingdom. Okay, that figures. Okay, then I will give a testament of the feather. The unworthy scribe takes your testament with reverence. I shall see that she gets it. It is a thoughtful gift. Come, I shall see if she has time to see you now. The scribe leads you through the Lyceum and towards the Chamber of Restoration, where the Lamentation of Mists spends her days sifting through the ashes. A scribe spinster the size of a chapel rests in the center of the Chamber of Restoration. Her wings are pale as lambskin and thick as a Bible. She holds her wings to her, and keens in soft utterances of fragmentary speech. She is bound by a long length of chain to a massive book, illuminated in blackened gold, and shackled to the floor. As you enter, her blind face turns to you. A testament of salt. The lamentation can bestow this, the recognition that a spirit is liberated from the shackles of the mortal life. I've heard that the fabled forge can be found somewhere in the Lyceum. Not for you. The lamentation's voice is like shredding silk. Edict forbids its usage. I wish. Her voice quavers like a fly held in a web. Would cast me out, burnt, broken. She trails off, turning her attention back to the broken tablets scattered across the Lyceum. The unworthy scribe leans in, the heat of his flesh against your shoulder, the chill of his skull near your neck. He explains that the forge is forbidden from making new things. Its location would do you no good, surely. Okay. Yeah, ask for a testament of salt. The trials for the Testament of Salt take place in the sepulchral archives below the reading room. Lazulite pillars thick as the ribs of a colossus hold up the many-vaulted roof. Great windows bereft of glass allow sunlight to flood in, bright as death. But all but the nearest pillars are obscured in splendid immortal radiance. 3 bodies are required to test the validity of your claim. Should you fail, punishment will be visited upon them. Wait, what?
Yeah, what claim? What the?
I don't understand.
What's the little right option here?
Unlocked when you do not have a trial for a testament.
Yeah, not knowing what a testament of salt is, maybe not.
Change your mind.
What's that blue thing?
You have not been yoked by the lamentation of mists. I can bribe the scribe to take me to the... You will require assistance from your litigator. They'll know how to do this without risk of causing a scene. 500 sovereigns? No big deal.
$500 sovereigns and a lawyer.
The Loquacitor would very much like to see the treaties, edicts, and testimonies which have established the current jurisdiction of the Forge. The Loquacitor is certain that the scribe must have them, or at least be able to find them. He is, after all, in a library. Perhaps he would like the Loquacitor to take a look. The scribe grudgingly takes your bribe. The unworthy scribe drums his fingers frenetically against his desk. One supposes there is only so much harm you could cause. The forge remains unkindled. This way, if you please. The unworthy scribe leads you through the Lyceum, down and deeper into its vaults. You pass unlit furnaces and empty vats, the hollowed-out shells of colossal towers, all shrouded with a thick carpet of gem-inflected dust. The scribe tells you that once all of the Lyceum was the forge, or rather the Lyceum was a small part of the forge. But this, he tells you, leading up to a dizzying stone stair, was its heart. The forge comprises the colossus of stone towers at the heart of the Lyceum, huddled together as though frightened. A single gate permits entry into the innermost sanctum. The ground is carpeted in knee-high drifts of scintillant chromatic dust. At the base of the forge there is a lone figure, the first venturer, guardian of the Forge of Souls, now sifting through the dust and ash. He guards the forge, in his own way. A man who spends his time tending the forge. He's covered in scars from old frostbite acquired from traveling across the skies. When he's not working, he can be found in the courtyard between the forge and the Lyceum, sifting through the sands of dust into gemstone accrued at the forge's base. Ask about himself. What is he doing here? The man smiles, creasing his aged face. He introduces himself and seems genuinely curious about your own reasons for being here. He tells you that he journeyed here long ago, before Her Majesty opened the door to the heavens. He and a bold Z-captain slipped through it, and had the skies to themselves. Now he looks after the forge. He has, he mentions, made a promise to a friend long gone.
I suppose that's the crazy guy that you helped through the gate.
I think it might be. Share stories. He fetches wine, Greyfield's famous mushroom wine, from the Neath. Not many bottles left, he confesses. I must be careful. I promised to save the last. He fills your cup and his, and asks about your adventures and the long road that brought you to the Blue Kingdom. At last you angle the conversation towards himself. Ah, he says, I was the first through the horizon. Not the Parzival. I was. We opened the gate and sailed through. I wasn't alone, as I am now, he smiles. My apologies, as I have been until now. His conversation turns somber as he speaks of his old companion, whose duties have since been taken on by the Clerk of Sevens, who opted to take their place. The venturer, too, serves out his sentence here. One day, he hopes he will sail the skies again. The forge is dormant. Might it be otherwise? The venturer chews his lip thoughtfully. Owing to a technicality of procedure, I am custodian of the forge, but I am forbidden from repairing it. He picks up a handful of glass. It pours through his fingers like sand through an hourglass. The Lamentation of Mists is supposed to keep an eye on me. I am forbidden to fix the forge. You are not. If you could convince her to look the other way... There is a sparkle in his eyes. Well...
Mm-hmm. Basically collecting those sigils as part of the rekindling. I suppose finding the place. Pieces are falling into place.
Indeed.
I'm not sure what this place does other than the quest for the conductor, though.
Yeah.
Well, that was all sorts of neat.
Mm-hmm. Okay, let's Sky Barnett, then back to the Reach, so we can get the most time for Nice lady.
Without a face or a name. Oh, the nice faceless lady, spirit ghost person. Chill, Legos. You're faster when they're not attacking.
Started turning too soon.
The boys stop and they shoot. All around the sky, statues crumble to dust.
I just wanna fly.
In a train. In a train.
Man, I haven't thought about that song in a long time.
It is one of the older musics. One of the war times. Not saying it's been a vast amount of time since, but you know, before some stuff happened.
Mm-hmm.
Before 1 year took 700 to pass. Certain things need to be done if you have if you've eaten petrichor.
Mm-hmm. There's no need to pay for passage. We'll have to determine whether you are permitted.
Spirits of jackals that lounge lazily in the woods.
Seems for the moment that you're free to return to the Reach. Okay.
Ah, cool.
Yep. If it does make a difference what status you are, perhaps being yoked is one of the ones that you're able to do that, because they just assume you're on business for a servitor. Go on.
Suppose my stuff in Winchester to grab whatever's left there. Lots of prosperity. Drop off the nice ghost lady.
Mm-hmm.
good that no one has your litter.
Indeed.
That sounds inconvenient. I assume reduces your.
Probably. I'm glad I was able to get my face and my name back. Because if there was some confusion, I mean, who's to blame?
Yeah, definitely caused some amount of issue. Autosave, don't do that. That was highly unsettling for a moment.
I don't think that was autosave. I think it was trying to... Oops, I missed a turn.
Oops.
I think it was trying to load the next part of the map.
I suppose you should manually save Winchester.
Well, it'll autosave when I get to Winchester. It just only autosaves when you're at ports, yeah. Sure, small repairs. Souls for Prosper.
Done and done.
And if I do that, I can pick it up on the way back over in that direction.
And of course, there's the business at Hybris. Decisions from Lustrum.
No, I don't have any port reports? Okay.
Not for the region.
Oh no. No, 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 no.
Dang, tacky Dunkus who can't fly from up. Out of the way! Why they gotta do that?
I don't know.
Sneakers. Fast engine tearing past, I understand. wave of new settlement featuring ants. You can't catch, sucker. Too fast for railguns.
My brain just tried to spoonerize that, and nope. No, like the whole phrase. Too fast for wreck guns, get railed.
No, nope.
Nope. Report.
Oh, you had to just shoot around line or on board. Cool.
Yep. They got to see the the Blue Kingdom.
That must have been unsettling.
Uh-huh.
I feel bad for them.
Mm-hmm.
Especially that time you came back covered in mud, looking harrowed, and with a spirit of the dead that didn't have a face.
Uh-huh.
Who's still on board?
The Bleak Industrialist Estate. Return to lost love. She has been sealed in a casket to keep her safe from starlight. You transfer her to the industrialist's cellar. You impress upon him the importance of never laying eyes on her or even hearing her voice. Then what is the point? He snarls. How can I... He stops, a wild light in his eyes. He rushes to fetch a pen and paper. Moments later, he shoves a scribbled love letter under the cellar door. It is returned with new writing on the back. As he reads the reply, the industrialist's heavily lined face smooths out. His smile is like sunrise after 6 months of winter. He's so ecstatic that he barely listens while you explain the year and a day time limit. You may return to pick up the lost love in 9 months. If you take longer than a year and a day, you will be too late.
You only paid you $1,200 for all that?
Yeah, I got a searing enigma. A searing
You had to spend one. Oh, dear.
Alright.
What I get to find this is roughly what the first captain was doing.
I think you're right,
The
yeah.
mysterious box from the Blue Kingdom.
Mm-hmm. I wonder what the consequences are.
Oh no, you can return a handful of salt.
Okay, a settler wants to go to Lustrum.
Cool, here's a sigil there.
He's turning and leaving.
Consequences.
Thing over here. Hold. What we got? A permit. Well, those are useful.
Yeah, that's unpleasant. You don't want it to happen.
Well, I knew.
You gain 15 terror. You lose all but one of your crew.
Yeah.
You get 3 tails of terror. And the deeply unsettling encryption stuff happens.
Huh. I mean, that loss of crew is definitely the worst part.
All but one? Yeah, that's bad. Your one surviving crew member cannot or will not relay what happened to the rest.
Drop off a settler.
And then, the next time you go to the Bleak Industrialist Estate, something's wrong.
Oh dear.
Turned out there was a reason for the deadline.
Oh.
It was a limitation on the reprieve.
Well, yeah, that's basically what she said.
So she does terrible things to you and your crew. The Lost Love turns into a pillar of salt anyway.
Mm-hmm.
And you come back to an empty estate where someone explains what happened. Oh man, this is true. Tragic.
Oof.
I see the Arbiter has more than one reason to be mad at you for that.
Iron. Now there's not a lot I can do to increase iron. %61 chance. Failure. Ah!
What did you about?
Lost 6 crew.
Oh, jeez. Is that as high as your rank can get?
Yeah.
Oof. What's the chance? It looks low.
61.
Yeah, maybe go after this one after you find a wobbling wumpus.
Okay.
Speaking of which, you probably have a bunch of burnt tactical plates. You're not like a
I already turned them in.
Yeah. Stove plates.
Yeah, I already turned them in.
Cool.
Mystery cigarettes. Gossip. 4. Heck yeah.
Get Rex, Gravy. Temporary truce.
$500 sovereigns.
Holy.
Sure. Cryptic benefactor.
Ooh, I wonder if there's a sigil by the creepy runes that we're scaring.
One would think so, but there's not really any place I can interact with them.
You can't interact with the horror itself, like the situation. This unit.
Nope.
Here.
So there's a random ruin that I can...
Useless as usual, desolation of Delilah. think about this in there, though.
Ah. Because of the timing, I thought you were referring to my drilling there, and I was like, what?
Like drilling through butter. Remember, anytime the game gets really weird about butter, you're probably recording.
Anytime the game gets buttery. Oh,
Yeah, you probably don't need him for a bit.
yeah. It explains to you in several paragraphs why you need its services, even if you don't recognize the fact at the moment. It offers you a comparison sheet between its charges and those of similar litigators, but you hold fast, and it goes at the next port.
It's fine, crazy space layer spirit thing. I'll probably rehire you.
Yeah.
Your services are excellent. They're just not needed for a few months. Chill.
Scamps Narrows down there. Reminds me, I was watching some more news earlier, and I think they were improvising some of their ad reads this week, because Cody just kind of rambled about some really weird stuff that started with, it's like, hi, I'm here to tell you about stamps.com, not to be confused with scamps.com, the site where you can rent mischievous little rascals. But no, not that. And then, but then kept on going back to, like, veering back into the scamps bit. It's like, he was 45. You think I can't tell that?
That's silly.
It was very silly. Okay, hours for the nature reserve, literature for the circus. 5 literature, 5 hours.
Enough to establish that Blue Kingdom embassy?
Mm-hmm.
Then probably back to Winchester and then off to Albion next week.
Yeah, that sounds good.
It's 1 a.m. right now.
Oh, okay. Well, why don't we go ahead and call it right there for the time being, and we can run around the Reach next time. So, thanks for watching, folks. We'll be back on Saturday, either with Curse of Monkey Island or Timberborn. I almost called it Beaverborn. That's not quite right. It'll depend on whether we have Rose and Company or not.
Beaver Fortress.
Yes. And then next Thursday, more Sunless Skies. At some point I will return to doing the Holding Court, the weekday afternoon streams. I just really want to get caught up on the stream archives before I start filling up my hard drive again. I'm still around 1 year behind. It's like uploaded, I'm still less than a year behind, but as far as like actually prepped and scheduled, I'm like a year and less than a week behind.
And once you're caught up, you should set a time each week to do that, like do the editing and uploading for, editing, uploading, scheduling for last week's show.
Yeah, I probably should start actually editing them once I get to that point.
Mm-hmm.
Not that necessarily all of them will need editing, but anything that I can at least cut out dead time.
Yeah, big dead air, bathroom breaks.
Yeah, exactly. In fact, I should. One of the reasons I'm wanting to get one of those macro keyboard things is so that I have a nice, convenient BRB button that I can hit so that I can, like, if I'm editing, look at the timeline and see at a glance, oh, this is where the bathroom break happened. So I can just hit that button. It'll throw a big be right back up on the stream, and I won't have to rewatch the stream.
Just a rotating 3D save toilet.
Ha! That would be a good use for that. But yeah, that's been like the plan in my head anyway. But I need to be able to get one of those things first, or find a different way to do those macros. Anyway, who is around to raid? The last seahorse is around. What are they playing? They are playing Toe Jam and Earl. Are they playing with somebody? I can't tell if that's split screen or not. The graphics in that game are so weird. Like, doesn't that look like there could be a seam there?
Yes and no.
Right?
There could or could not.
Yeah, so I can't tell whether that's... Toe Jam is a peanut, Earl is on vacation. Okay, so it's single player. Alright. So, yeah. Gonna raid them. Thanks again. Hope to see y'all next time. Good night, everybody.
Good night.